Welcome to the first stream. We're gonna try to do a very long stream with lots of fun things. Currently, I gotta finish setting up the space. It's a little bit of a disaster. Start with a little bit of music. We're gonna watch a video of a woman talking about all the stuff she made this year. I really like some of the stuff she made. I got about halfway through the video and decided I wanted to share it. You can always find all the videos that I like and enjoy on my Facebook page. And where else? They're posting on my Tumblr now, so good for it. I'm gonna do some more cleaning. I don't really have a lot to say quite yet, but let's get into this video I found.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel, and welcome if you are new here. My name is Estera and I make slow fashion content here on the internet. You can find me on TikTok and Instagram as well. And today we have a really exciting video. We are going to be tier ranking every single thing I have ever crocheted in my life. This video idea was inspired by a few other creators I've seen do tier ranking, like Make in the Moment.
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat.
So thank you for the inspo, and definitely check out their videos if you guys want to see more of this style content. I have over 45 items to share with you guys. I'm going to be taking you in chronological order of every project I've ever made and tell you how I feel about it now. For context, I started crocheting at the end of 2021, but the past 2 years I've been taking it a bit more seriously. And with these rankings, they're no reflection on the pattern designer or the pattern itself. It's just going to be a reflection of how useful and how practical I've found the object in my day-to-day life. So please don't think that if I don't rank something high, that the pattern is also not a high rank for me. It just might not be the pattern for me because it's not my style anymore or something like that. So with all that being said, let's just get started. If you see me looking down, I'm looking at my computer because that's where I have all of my images. And here is our tier ranking system. We have 5 different tiers. The absolute best, most elite items are going to go in the thanks I made it category. That happens when someone compliments you on a piece, like a stranger on the street compliments you on something you're wearing, and you get to say, thinks I made it, but you actually feel like genuinely proud of it and like, yeah, this looks like it could have been bought in the store. That's reserved for those pieces. The tier below that is going to be for something that is wearable but not perfect. So I would change something about it. It's just not at that like god tier level status. Below that, nothing to write home about. It's there. I made it. It's fine, but like, do I need to post about it or send a picture to my mom? Probably not. And then we start to get into the 2 lower tiers. Why did I think this was a good idea? This is going to be something that I actively am not super happy with, depending on like what yarn I used or how functional it's been in my life. Just something that I'm like, literally, did you use any of your brain cells before deciding to make this? And then below that we have Frog City, something that I've either already undone or something that needs to be undone because like it's beyond saving or just beyond me at that point. Okay, let's get started just for fun with the literal first thing I ever finished in my life. We have a flower and a heart. I sent these to my cousin when I was first learning how to crochet, and she said that they looked like buttholes, but cute ones. Whenever I need to show someone how my crochet journey has progressed, I just show them this photo because what is going on here? I mean, they're not that bad, but like, it was just for practice. Nothing to write home about. It was my first ever project. I'm not gonna frog it. I still have them actually. I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. Like, why do I think this is a good idea? Because I did need to do that to practice. So nothing to write home about, even though I did send a picture of that to everyone because it was the first thing I ever made. Okay, next we have beanies, and not just one beanie, but like 10 different beanies that I made when I first learned how to crochet as gifts for family members. Everyone goes through this phase. It's just like a great way to practice your stitches and get a grasp on the crochet basics. I feel like these are kind of tricky because if you asked me about these when I first made them, I would say they're all like perfect, but now looking back, they're definitely not. So I'm gonna say that these beanies, my beanie era, also this was when I had COVID. I was like bedridden for, I don't know, a week and a half. I made like 6 beanies during this period. These are, honestly, they're nothing to write home about. If I had to do this again, I would change a few different things. I wouldn't use acrylic yarn, and I would use a different pattern that doesn't like bunch at the top, just to get like a different effect. To make those beanies, I use the beanie tutorial by It's Erin B on YouTube. Really great beginner tutorial. Yeah, the beanies are nothing to write home about, honestly. Next, this bag. I don't know what pattern I used to make this bag, some beginner bag pattern on YouTube. I was learning how to seam panels together for the first time. I didn't know there was a wrong side and a right side for crochet, so I would seam things on the right side, and I just like didn't go back and fix it because I was lazy. So that's Frog City. Bye-bye. I don't know what happened to that bag, actually. I don't know if I did end up frogging it or if I just like, you know what, I think I donated it. Yeah, which was stupid because who would want a poorly crocheted bag? Frog City, maybe the person will buy it and frog it. Next up, we have a pink bucket hat. Why did I think this was a good idea? I don't really like the color pink, especially this frosty pink. I just saw that yarn in the store and it was like the first yarn I bought. Obviously, you can see all these projects are made of pink yarn. I didn't really like the shape of that bucket hat. It was just a way to practice my stitches and make a hat. But looking back on it, why did I think that was a good idea? I would never wear a pink, like flat brim bucket hat. It just wouldn't happen. So why did I think that was a good idea? Now we have my first ever crochet top. Thanks, I made it. Actually, no. Wearable, but not perfect. And why I changed that is because I made it with acrylic yarn and it is way too hot for the summertime. This is the Kylie Jenner crochet top tutorial by Main Made Crochet on YouTube. Great beginner pattern. Obviously, I made it as my first ever crochet top. I love that color. It's something I really wouldn't reach for now, but I'm happy that I made it in such a bold color. I've gotten a lot of wear out of this top despite the fact that I made it with acrylic, and it's like literally when I wear that in the summer, it's so tight on your body, which is good, but the sweat like pools in your underboob. I should remake it with cotton because acrylic was just the wrong choice. I don't know if other people have that experience with acrylic, like a skin tight acrylic garment. Will you just be drenched in sweat? Because I'm telling you, like pockets of sweat would just coalesce. It sounds disgusting, but that's why it's not perfect. I would make it again with cotton yarn and it would be perfect though. Okay, next up is this scarf I made with some funky yarn. Honestly, this was nothing to write home about. I think I ended up selling that scarf on Depop. It's just super basic. It's a cute skinny scarf, but it's like nothing special. I obviously didn't like it enough to wear it, so I sold it. I hope wherever it is now, the person gets a lot of wear out of it. It's just a basic long rectangle. I think I did a half double crochet and that was it. So yeah, nothing to write home about. Now, my bucket hat. This one has a curvy rim. I think I used cotton to make that. No, I didn't. I used acrylic, I think, but I still really love it. This is one of those things that, one of the only things from my early crochet days that I genuinely love and wear every single summer on the beach. I love the fit I was able to get with it. I made it really tight in the head and I actually really like how it looks. It's just like a super dense fabric and I kind of like I'm able to mold the curves of the brim to something really cutesy. That pattern is the bucket hat pattern on YouTube by Notes with Nat. And it was just another great way to practice stitches and like making circles and increases and decreases. I think hats are really beginner friendly projects. That was one of the pieces that like I got a lot of compliments on from friends when I would take it out and they were just like, oh my gosh, you crochet, this is so cool and practical. Like, yeah, it is really cool and practical, thank you. So I'm really proud of that and I'm happy I made it, and a neutral color too, like white. Okay, next up we are getting into my confident beginner territory. This was the year of the bolero. I think it was 2022 or 2023 when crochet boleros were unavoidable online. I really wanted to make one, but I was like, I don't know if I could do it. And this was also at the time where there were no tutorials. I found one tutorial on YouTube for a bolero. I was like ahead of the curve, not gonna lie. But I found this great tutorial by Cutie Kitty Studio on YouTube. I remember struggling with the foundation chain for a few days. It was actually kind of unreal. I think I might have like cried, or something about the foundation chain was so complicated. Eventually I got it. I put together that bolero. That was another piece that I am so proud of, and just happy that I, went out of my comfort zone and tried something more challenging when I was a beginner. But honestly, that was a few years into my crochet journey. Like I said, I kind of took a few months off after each of these projects and just did other stuff. So this definitely wasn't in my first few months of crocheting. I think it was more so my first few years. Now this project, I'm going to put in wearable but not perfect. I think if you asked me when I made it, I would have said the thanks I made it category, but it's once again made of acrylic yarn. Can you sense a theme here? It's just not really my style anymore. Like, I'm trying to sell this on my Depop. If you're interested, I'll give you a discount. I just want to get rid of it at this point. Yeah, it's just not my style. I feel like boleros were trendy and I wore it when it was trendy and now I'm kind of over it. Yeah, a really fun piece. That was the first time I did a mesh stitch too, and that was really helpful to learn. Okay, next up, I tried to do some color work for the first time. As you can see throughout this whole list of projects, I am not a huge color work girly, but I wanted to give it a try just to see. I made these fingerless heart gloves. I only ended up making one because I just like wasn't even that into it, but I think it's cute. I mean, I'm kind of torn between nothing to write home about and why I think this was a good idea. Because like, when have I ever worn a fingerless glove? But at the time it really was something to write home about because I did color work for the first time. And that was my original Instagram profile picture. Can you believe it? Was that little heart. I'm gonna be kind of ruthless on my past self because even though I was having fun trying new things at the same time, like, girl, you're never gonna wear a fingerless glove. Why did I think this was a good idea? Sorry. It's cute, but it's just not me. Next up, we started making boleros for friends. I think I'd started my Instagram at this point and people were like, let me get one of those. And they were really easy to make, so I used a different tutorial. I used the tutorial by Anna Green, which has like almost 6 million views on YouTube. I'm telling you, boleros were that girl. So I made some for a few of my friends and my sister. I don't think any of them still wear them anymore. Just one of those things. I feel like, was it a waste of time if they don't wear it? Nothing to write home about, honestly. They looked good in their moment. Like, my friend styled it so cute here, but I just don't think people wear them anymore, and that makes me kind of sad. So nothing to write home about. That was a really great practice for me, just like doing the same pattern over and over. It helped me build a lot of confidence with my crochet skills. Next up, we have a blue mesh sweater. This was great. I actually made 2 of these and sold both of them on Depop. I used a tutorial, the top down mesh sweater by Nikita Nightingale on YouTube. You'll see in my early days, I really didn't buy any patterns. I was just like doing video tutorials. If you're a beginner watching this, I would recommend that. I honestly wouldn't recommend investing a ton of money into like patterns that you might not even make. I feel like so many people buy patterns and don't end up making them. So just focus your energy on like the YouTube tutorials, the free stuff, before you really invest a lot of your money into patterns. This one, I'm gonna go wearable but not perfect, because even though I sold both of them, I did really like this sweater and I remade it again with mohair, and that one, you'll see where it's gonna go in a minute. Not perfect because it's acrylic yarn. I'm sorry. I know acrylic yarn is super affordable, and literally, as you can see, all of my projects here are made out of acrylic yarn. Okay, if it was affordable, but I don't actually use any of the things I make with acrylic yarn, I should have just invested in higher quality yarn, and I would have actually liked the things that I made. So I feel like this is a split in the crafting community. People are like, don't hate on people for using acrylic yarn. It's just not really for me. It sheds microplastics, doesn't have good like temperature regulation. It doesn't feel good on my skin. I'm not the biggest fan of acrylic yarn. That's why this is wearable but not perfect. Amazing pattern, super cute sweater, but I just like didn't really like acrylic yarn. Okay. I'm gonna try to stop slandering on acrylic yarn. No hate to anybody who uses it. Like I said, I clearly had my era with it, so I'm not one to judge. Next up, this is kind of where I started discovering natural fibers a few years into my journey. I made this bikini top to wear on a trip to Miami. I love it, actually. Thanks, I made it. It is super cute on. I also crocheted with beads here for the first time. That was just like a really fun, creative touch. I really thought I was doing something, and honestly, I was. She is super flattering. It was a really fun new project to try. I still have that bikini top, cotton yarn. It's super comfortable for the summer. I really should wear it more. Yeah, thanks, I made it. Okay, next up. Rose crochet choker. These were also kind of a trend for a bit when, I don't know, everyone was doing like weird things around their neck. Sorry, Frog City. I never wore that once. Not one time. It was cute for a picture, and then I think it's just sitting at the bottom of my dresser drawer right now. So I should undo that and use the yarn for something that I'll actually want to wear. And that's all I have to say about that. I don't remember the exact tutorial I used, but there are a ton on YouTube if you are interested. All right, next. I made another bolero using the same tutorial that I used to make this blue top here. I just didn't do a body, and that is wearable but not perfect. Once again, I'm just not that into boleros at this point, and it's made of acrylic yarn. So there's like my 2 things that I've already said a lot. I really did some creative stuff here with the sleeves. I added these rings, but those have also since turned brown. It's just like a combination of low quality materials and things that, you know, honestly, it's nothing to write home about now that I'm thinking about how those things have tarnished. Yeah, the combination of tarnished rings, even though it was really creative and fun. For me, these rankings need to not just be like, is it cute or not? They need to be, how functional is this item? I crochet and knit because I am passionate about slow fashion and longevity and style and comfort. And if something is missing multiple of those marks, just because it's cute, I don't want to just have something I'm going to wear once. I'm creating things to last me a lifetime, and if the materials I use degrade after a few years, it's nothing to write home about, you know? So that's why that's going there. But I love that pattern and would highly recommend it with the right materials. Okay, next. My friend got into Harvard Law School. She is a genius. So I made her a little coaster. Dare I say this was my second and last time ever doing color work? I do. Okay, cool. That is wearable or functional, I guess, but not perfect, just because I made this in like 2 hours before she was coming over so we could celebrate her getting into school. I used unintentionally 2 different weights of yarn, so that's why you can kind of see the gaps of red through the white. The red was a thicker yarn and the white was a thinner yarn, so it just wasn't the best for color work. I think my friend still has it, and it's just like a cute memento of the time, and it's very functional even if it's not perfect with the tension and everything. And to make that, I made my own graph, I think, or I found one on Pinterest of an H, and I just did that with crochet. I think it's a single crochet. Okay, next. I feel like we're entering a new era now with this shirt. This was really hard for me, and I think if I did it again, it would still be kind of tricky. Shaping is not easy. Shaping when accounting for stretch, when accounting for like boobs, it is not easy. And I was using, oh my god, this yarn. It's the Facets yarn and it's acrylic, but what was more annoying than it being acrylic for me was the fact that it was so hard to frog. That was my first time working with a yarn that was not easily froggable. So, like I said, shaping is tricky. You have to undo things and make sure they're perfect. Undoing things with that type of yarn was a headache. It looks really cool, but I'm gonna say that it's honestly, okay, why did I think this was a good idea? I love that I challenged myself to make this top. But knowing what I know now about myself and my style, why did I think this was a good idea? I also kind of made a mistake. I think I don't like how long the bottom tail is. I should have cut that off at like the waistband of my pants instead of having it go so far down. Really don't like that about it. Another thing I don't like is lace up backs. If you've seen my crochet X video or know anything about what I like to crochet, you'll know that. So I literally never wore this out of the house once. And for that, I don't know why I thought that would be a good idea for me. I don't even know how comfortable the yarn was because I literally never wore it. I sold that one. I hope whoever has it likes it. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea, but the picture is cute. That's the thing. I look at the picture and I'm like, she's cute. I recognize that, but I got zero use out of it. So for me, that has to take it down. Wow, we have a almost perfectly symmetrical pyramid here. That's amazing. Okay, next up, immediate yes. This is definitely a thanks I made it. This is the flower top pattern by Beau Crochets. She is an amazing pattern designer and I've made a few things by her. I think I have made, you'll see another flower top in the photo selection here. I've probably made like 10 flower tops. I've sold some of them on Depop. They are just like, people freak out over them, rightfully so. That first flower top I made, oh my gosh. She has a real history behind her. That flower top I made in 2023, right after I had arrived in France to teach English. I finished her and I like propped up my phone in the back alley of my Airbnb to take some pictures. I'm so happy I got those photos. No, I know I said that the other top was the start of a new era, but this was truly the start of a new crochet era for me. I had to undo and redo the flower portion of this like 3 times because I didn't have it aligned right. The description of the flower portion in the pattern is a little bit confusing, so that's why it took me a while. I was so proud of that top. I honestly would have kept it if I didn't like need money at the time. I remember wearing that around the south of France. It's just like so cute. It fits so well too. It's super flattering. I love the halter neck and the back of it is just a tie. It's not like a lace up. So it just is a really nice functional top. I made that with cotton yarn as well, so it was very breathable and comfortable for the summer. Oh yeah, the history behind this is that this must have been last year or earlier this year. I was scrolling on Pinterest and, well, first of all, I posted these pictures on Pinterest and people like kept copying them and reposting them as their own without crediting me or the pattern designer, which is honestly not that big of a deal. I get that that's gonna happen on Pinterest. Like your work is just not safe there. But I was doing my, daily scroll on Pinterest. I'll look at my pins and then like scroll to see what other, like similar patterns or designs are inspired by the pictures I've posted. And I got an ad for my own top. I was like, oh, this is weird. The image of my flower top, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the next one, even though it's not chronological since we're talking about it. It goes up here. Thinks I made it. I saw this image of this yellow top with a link to Shein's website. Literally, like, my heart sank. I hate Shein. I despise Shein. They overproduce. They pump out micro trends that are incredibly low quality and end up in landfills. They exploit their workers. They pollute. I hate Shein so much. So to see my photo and Beau Crochet's design advertising this product on Shein's website, I lost it. Go to the website. They had used both of these photos actually, so they had like gone to my Instagram or Pinterest, pulled them. They edited this one to be yellow, which looked terrible. Yeah, they were fully selling a crochet top with my pictures and Beau Crochet's design. So I took a few different steps. I did all of the reporting things I could on their website, and I filed for copyright infringement of my photos. And then I think Beau Crochet's filed for a copyright of her design. And it took a few days, but I did get it taken down. Yeah, the flower top is so iconic that she was stolen. That's why I wanted to say that those were a new era for me, because they just started this battle, honestly. Okay. Moving on from that, I needed a break from all this flower top drama, and I made a little holder for my birth control. Super cutesy, super fun. I have since dropped that in the toilet though, so it doesn't exist anymore. She was a moment, honestly, until she fell in the toilet. It wasn't that cute, honestly. I could have done it better. So yeah, it was honestly nothing to write home about. Yup. Thanks, I made it. This is the Relaxagon pattern by Caroline Z. I made that for my boyfriend at the time, and yeah, it was perfect. Beautiful, like oversized menswear. That was the only piece of menswear I've actually ever made, and I haven't made any since. Yeah, it's got a nice like oversized relaxed fit. It took me forever though. Oh my god, that took me like, I want to say months to make. It's huge. It was the biggest project I'd ever made to date. I was so proud of it. So yeah, that one gets a thanks, I made it. And I've also seen that picture be used on like TikTok mood boards for men's crochet wear, so I think it's definitely like your top tier type of project. And I made that one with cotton yarn too, so it was perfect for the warmer months. Now, this was a really exciting project for me because it was my first ever free-handed project, or free-handed top, I should say, because I free-handed like the coaster, the birth control holder, the scarf, but this was my first ever free-handed top. It is made with cotton up here and then mohair at the bottom using a mesh stitch. And then I did like a little cinch for the bust area, and then it has a chain strap with a lace-up back. I did an art trade for this top with my friend Claudia. She made me this really gorgeous chips and dip ceramic. She is like what is the word for a ceramicist? She's a ceramist, I think that's the word. She makes beautiful pieces, but she has this top now and it looks so good on her. And I hope that people compliment her on it and she can say, thanks, my friend made it. So yeah, that's a really great piece. I'm glad she wanted to trade for that one because I don't think I would have gotten a ton of wear out of it personally. Next up, we have the crochet butterfly top. This is a pattern by Nikita Nightingale, same designer as this top here. This is made with acrylic yarn. I'm gonna say, ooh, this is tough. It's in between these two. But since I made it with acrylic yarn, I'm gonna go wearable, but not perfect. I think I should remake that. I actually started remaking that, but I never finished it in a white color. White cotton yarn for summer, I think would be gorgeous for that top. What else do I have to say about that top? Another project I made while I was living in France. Very fond memories of that top. Okay, next up. This is the mohair version of the Nikita Nightingale top-down crochet sweater. This, I didn't follow the pattern directly. I think she does triple crochets, and then I did a few rows of half double crochet mesh as well. So I did a little bit of freestyling with it, and that piece is perfect. I really love that piece. I get so many compliments when I wear that. I wore it for 4th of July under this like kind of like blue-gray bralette. Yeah, the mohair it's really warm, but it's perfect for spring nights, summer nights, any nights where you want a bit of breathability, but also a bit of warmth as well. So I really love that piece. It's so nice for layering, and I still have it and wear it all the time. Okay, next. I don't even know if I should include this, but I made some coasters while I was in France as well with cotton yarn. Nothing to write home about. Like, that's the most basic coaster you've ever seen. Moving on. Sorry, Frog City. If you've seen my Crochet X video, you will know that I don't like tube tops in crochet, and I don't like lace-up backs, and I don't like acrylic yarn. Guess what this has? Lace-up backs, a tube top, and acrylic yarn. I'm in the process of frogging this right now, actually. It's just not that urgent. I freehanded that, so I was inspired by this style of top that I saw on Pinterest. I should have just done it like with sewing, because it would have been a lot cuter. So I'm not mad at this. It was great practice for shaping and design and like increases and decreases, but you know, some of your designs are gonna end up at Frog City because they're just not what you thought that they would be. And I learned a lot from that. For that, I have to say thank you. Moving on. Ooh, this is tricky. This is the hexagon halter top I made by Molly. It was my first ever pattern test, so that was really exciting. Another kind of new era for me. I found this gorgeous yarn at Joann's, rest in peace. I don't do a ton of variegated yarn, but this colorway is so pretty. Oof. I don't have that much to say on this because I did end up selling it, but I don't know. I'm kind of inclined to I'm gonna go wearable but not perfect just because the lace up back part is really small and I don't think it would have been super functional for me personally. Just a reminder, these are just all my own based on my personal style and preferences. That yarn was a gorgeous, super fine weight cotton. Absolutely love the pattern. It blocked out perfectly. Would highly recommend. Okay, next up, crochet shorts. Why did I think these were a good idea? These shorts are based on a pattern that I found on TikTok by Kira Allison. Great pattern, not super functional for me. I ended up using acrylic yarn. I thought I would do a nice little stash buster project. If you haven't noticed, there's a theme here. I wore these to the beach once after also sewing in an elastic, just like a lot of extra stuff that had to be done. I wore them to the beach once and I was so uncomfortable. I was so sweaty and hot. I'm not opposed to crochet shorts now, and I'm not opposed to this pattern, but I think a looser version of these in a cotton yarn would be way higher up on this tier list. So for that reason, knowing me and knowing myself and knowing my heart, why did I think this was a good idea? Next, we have the Mesh Me Up top by Amazing-ish Grace, my second ever pattern test. Now this, I'm gonna put her in wearable but not perfect. This is a great pattern and a really cute design. I made this with yarn I really liked. I think it was an 8/8 or an 8/4 cotton from Hobby. It's my first time using Hobby yarn, I guess. Yeah, first time using Hobby yarn, and it's really cute. But it's not in the thanks I made it category because I don't really wear it. I actually haven't worn it once. It's just kind of hard to style for me. Not a reflection on the pattern designer. I love Amazing-ish Grace. She is one of my favorite creators and inspirations, but it's just not really my style, so I don't wear it that much. Okay, now we're getting into a really new era. Welcome to my first ever pattern that I designed. This is the cold shoulder sweater. If you can't tell, your girl likes a good off the shoulder silhouette. This sweater means so much to me. She's in my closet right now. I love her to death. Guess what yarn I used? Acrylic. She not the most comfortable. She really not. She is a bit too tight on the armpits. I did like overcompensate on the next sweater because it was too tight. She's too iconic to not be in this category. This sweater launched my TikTok career, guys. Posted a video of this with a transition that I had seen some other fiber artists do, and she popped off. My first ever truly viral video. That video gave me like a delusional level of confidence to think that I could become a fiber arts influencer. I feel like I owe a lot to this sweater. But yeah, so thanks I made it. I do love her a lot, even if she's a little bit too tight on the arms. And she's made with acrylic yarn. She's still my baby. You can find the pattern for this sweater on my Etsy. And I might as well just pop in with this one, even though it's not chronological. Yeah, thanks I made it. This one I learned from my mistakes, and I used a 8/8 cotton from Hobby, and I made the sleeves bigger. I made the armpit hole go further down so that I had more room to breathe. That is one thing, probably my biggest pet peeve about sweaters and long sleeve shirts, when they are like cutting into your armpit. So I gave this one a much lower armpit and longer, flowier sleeves, and I used a smaller yarn to get more of a drape because I thought that the first one I made was a little too stiff. And she's not like perfect because the sleeves are a little bit too long. That's a mistake I make a lot, is making my sleeves too long. But I have worn her quite a few times and I have gotten complimented on her by a stranger. Do you know what I said? Thanks I made it. Yeah. Next up. Yup, my favorite blanket. This is a pattern by Daisy and Peace. God, this blanket was such a fun process, honestly. I want to make it again because I gave it to my boyfriend at the time and I don't have it anymore. So I think I need to make one for myself and keep it forever. But oh yeah, this blanket was like combining everything I was learning about my crochet style and the kinds of fibers I like to use and the kinds of designs, just like outputting that into this beautiful, really functional blanket. So to make this, I used cotton yarn. I wanted to use cotton so it was washable if needed. I didn't want to use like wool and like not be able to clean it really easily and not be able to throw it in the dryer, that kind of thing. So it's made of cotton. It is super heavy, which is perfect for a blanket because it's so cozy. I really love that blanket. It just has like a bunch of different textures and I got to practice a bunch of different stitches for the first time. And I'll have all of these patterns, by the way, linked to my link tree, just in case it's unclear of like exactly which version I'm talking about. We are moving on to another accessory. This is a book cover that I made for my sister. it is just one big granny square that I seamed. Honestly, it's nothing to write home about. No, it's like, I'll put it up here. The one thing I don't like about it is that it only fits a certain size of book. Like if the book is too small, then the cover looks really big. And if the book is too big, then the cover won't close properly. I don't know how much use my sister gets out of it, but I love the yarn colorway, and that's acrylic yarn. One use of acrylic yarn that I think is really functional is for non-wearables. And then I have a little vintage button on there that's really cute. She really likes it, I think. So functional, but not perfect. Okay, thanks for hanging in there with me, guys. We're almost done. Now, we're entering an amazing era of my crochet journey. This is when things really started to get a bit more serious for me. This is when I made my first ever YouTube video, and I crocheted and freehanded this top. Ooh, yeah, she's gonna go here. Like I said, I'm harsh on myself. That top is gorgeous and I want to make it again, but I think that if I did it, okay, so I used a half double crochet and there are some gaps in the project which I don't like, and the shaping, so I worked it bottom up when I should have been working it left to right. That would have helped me get like a more gradual shaping, and then I should have used either single crochet or a thinner yarn to make this, like a super fine weight, but I used an 8/8 cotton from Hobby. I'm so proud of designing that still. Even though it wasn't perfect, I have gotten compliments on it. Oh yeah, the button has since fallen off too, so I didn't do the best job of sewing that on, but that is something that I saw on Pinterest, not even in crochet. I think it was in knit, and I was like, I'm making that. I think I have the skills enough, the time to make that. So that's just something that like was a brainchild of mine, and I just poured it into a project in 24 hours, no less, because that was my challenge video.
Okay, so there's a couple tops in here that I really want to make. What was that one? That one. I want to make this top in like an ombre or like one of those cakes with the different colors in it. I think that would be so cute. And she said it's really comfortable because I made a couple tops and I hate them. I hate the way they sit. But she's like chesty enough that I think that like she might have a good opinion here. Hopefully it's like big enough. But that looks like I can make it big enough. And I like how the top's done. Because I don't like a lot of halter tops. They cut into my neck and shit. Not a fan.
Just the wrong choice. I don't have a project because I thought that like exactly which version of gaps in the project did this top. I'm harsh on myself. That top is gorgeous and I want to make it again, but I think that if I did it, okay, so I used a half double crochet and there are some gaps in the project which I don't like, and the shaping, so I worked it bottom up when I should have been working it left to right. That would have helped me get like a more gradual shaping, and then I should have used either single crochet or a thinner yarn.
I do that kind of shit all the time. I suck at crochet. I can't count. I'm always in the wrong loops.
I'm so proud of designing that still. Even though it wasn't perfect, I have gotten compliments on it. Oh yeah, the button has since fallen off too, so I didn't do the best job of sewing that on. But that is something that I saw on Pinterest, not even in crochet. I think it was in knit. And I was like, I'm making it.
It is really cute. It kind of reminds me of, I really want to do this project where I make cloud stripes like turtleneck vest sweater thing with those really deep ribs. But like, I haven't found exactly what I want to do with it because I think I need to crochet it double stranded to get like no holes in the thickness that I want. But I want to do it in cotton, and that's not cheap because cotton's not thin. So I'm like, maybe, I don't think triple stranded is the way to go. I don't know. I haven't decided what to do. Honestly, maybe it should be knitted. Or at least the body should be knitted and then like crochet the rest. Because I really want to have the turtleneck that's like one long flap and then you like fold it together and the whole thing is kind of like that. And because I really think that would get me the look that I'm looking for, the silhouette, as we say.
No, I think I have the skills enough, the time to make that. So that's just something that like was a brainchild of mine, and I just poured it into a project in 24 hours, no less, because that was my challenge video. So, wow. Honestly, given how much I just hyped her up, I think she deserves to go in. Thanks, I made it. Okay, next. What? I think this was a good idea. So this was a top I made inspired by Amazingish Grace. She made a dress inspired by a dress she saw on Pinterest, and I was lazy, so I just wanted to make the top version. And I did. I freehanded it. It was really easy and really fun. Fun fact, Janelle Parrish from Pretty Little Liars, she plays Mona. She has favorited and liked this video of me making that top, so if you want to be cool, you should probably favorite and like it too. But I never wore that top out of the house, but it was a good exercise in freehanding it. I did turn it into a dress a few months ago, and for that I'm going to say wearable, not perfect. It's made in this 8/8 cotton from Linda Hobby, and the only thing that makes it not perfect is that I made the boobs too small. I am selling this on my Etsy, so if you have smaller boobs than me, you should check it out. Because the v-neck is perfect. It has a low back in the back as well. Like, I really did that on my own. And then, yeah, just a short little skirt part. Okay, immediate. Thanks, I made it! I love this top so much. It's gotta be up there with my top 3 favorite things I've ever made in my life. I honestly need another category above this for like God tier. This. So this is made with 8/4 cotton from Hobby, and this is the crochet glitter top pattern by my girl Beau Crochet, same designer as the flower tops. It is a pretty simple pattern though. If you want to wing it, it's basically just like a rectangle with loose stitching. I wear this all the time. I wore it on my trip to Puerto Rico, I wore it on my trip to Europe. It is so breezy, so like flirty. I just throw it in the wash. It's easy to take care of. I love it so much. I made it in this blue yarn here. And this is going to be wearable, not perfect. I made it a little bit too big. And then I've got it in blue here, electric blue for my best friend. And that is going to be in Thinks I Made It. Those tops are perfect. To me, that's just like what crochet is for. Moving on. This is the Dusk Bag by Loose Ends. Yeah. Thanks, I made it. And you know how many times I've actually said that to people when they've asked me about this bag? At least 3 times. And then I made one again pretty recently for a gifted collab with Touchland. That was pretty fun. And yeah, I love the desk bags. I am planning on making a lot more crochet bags in the next month or 2, so stay tuned for that. So the desk bags are just so structured, so quick to make. I just think they're the perfect crochet bag. They look really high end, like you could have gotten them from a fancy boutique. The yarn selection, color selection is just so broad. There are just so many fun options for this. So I would highly recommend checking that out if you're interested in a crochet bag. Next up, filet crochet. First and only time trying it so far. Immediately in Thinks I Made It. I made one adjustment to this. Instead of a lace-up back, which we know I don't love, I did a button-up back. And I think that that's what made me put it up there. If I did a lace-up back, she probably would have been down here. But I did my own little version, knowing my own personal tastes. And because of that, I think she's perfect. This pattern is the Blooming Lace Top by Crochet by Belladonna, and I would highly, highly recommend it. I should do more filet crochet stuff, maybe in the summer. I would love to make a dress or a skirt. I'll have to keep my eyes out for some fun patterns. Okay, next up we have the Laura top, and this is by CO Handmade, or my friend Lorena. She is an amazing pattern designer. If you guys don't know her already, you should definitely go check her out. This was a really well written pattern. I think she's gonna go up here. I mean, she's so cute. Look at that color too. I made that using a sport weight cotton, and it's just so functional and cute. I'm really happy with how that top came out. The only thing, I made a mistake when doing that. I had really uneven tension, so one side's longer than the other, but it's not super noticeable when it's on. I tried to block it out, but it didn't work that well. I kind of forgot I have that top. I'm excited to wear it again when it gets a little bit warmer. All right, we're down to the final 5. Thank you guys for sticking with me. We have my sequin poncho. Thanks. I made it. What is there to say that hasn't already been said about my sequin poncho pattern? She's a legend. She's the moment. I have a free tutorial for this poncho out on my TikTok. If you decide to remake it, I would recommend using the same yarn, not the mohair yarn I used because it was wonky when I did that. Another thing that I freehanded, I haven't freehanded too much as you can see, so I'm really proud of freehanding when I do it. But yeah, sequin yarn is so fun, and I already want to make a sequin low neck open back dress for this next year, so that will be coming. Okay, final 4. I'm just gonna boom, boom, boom. Rapid fire my 3 stash buster projects. Bottle holders are perfect. I have a video tutorial and a written pattern out for this now, both of which are free, so check out my link tree. Bottle holders are super functional and great gifts, and I really like them, so that's why they're going in Thinks I Made It. Pillow cover, another stash buster project I gifted to my cousin, so it's functional but not perfect for me because I'm not obsessed with those colors. Nothing to write home about this headband. I'm never gonna wear that, but it was cute. Last but not least, the Evania cardigan by Ilios. My 3rd pattern test. I feel like that project was a combination of every single thing you see on the screen here. It was a labor of love, and it is made with cotton and brushed alpaca silk. It's perfect. It's so warm and so cute. My first ever crochet cardigan. So, thanks. I made it. Although no one's complimented me on that one yet. It'll come. Wow. That was a lot of crochet objects. Thank you guys so much for sticking around until the end of this video. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and be sure to subscribe if you aren't already. Have a great rest of your day. Love you.
Oh my god, my bad. I had to go to the bathroom and then I started plucking my eyebrows. I got a little distracted. Just a little bit, just that little bit there. I had like a crazy thing going on where like there was like a gap and then eyebrow. And I was like, there's not supposed to be eyebrow there. At least I don't like there being eyebrow there. I'm not super crazy about plucking my eyebrows, but like there was just an island of hair. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? That wasn't there like... It was there yesterday. I just couldn't find the friggin' tweezers. When you have a problem and you have a solution, but they won't come together. Ugh. I love this guy. Only 14k views?
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel.
Hell no,
My name
H2O.
is Sid, and in today's video,
We're gonna share it far and wide.
talking about some controversial pet owners who are also YouTubers.
Post that
so I'm
shit.
going to start this video off
Post
pretty
that
tame by talking about a pet owned by the British YouTubers
Close.
Tanya Burr and Jim Chapman. They
Who's
got
that?
a dachshund dog named Martha, who became a...
Okay, I don't really like those dogs. I got bit in the face by one once. It sucked. They're like, she won't bite you in the face, and then she did. And like, in the dog's defense, she was showing me signs that I should not have gotten in her face. And to be honest, like, I agree. But, instead of listening to, you know, my years of dealing with dogs and, like, my instincts, I listened to humans, as one does. And the humans that knew the dog said she was fine. And the dog said she was not fine. And I listened to the humans, and I got bit in the face. Not real bad, because, like, look at it. Just, like, in the lip. She busted my lip pretty good. And she was cool after that. What had happened was, she had puppies, and they were like, oh, the puppy, she's such a good dog. And I might have met this dog one time, but I didn't really know this dog very well. And I was like, I don't think it's a good idea for me to curl down there. Like, oh, it's been fine. The kids have been down there. Everything's down there. Like, she knows the kids. She doesn't know me. And, like, it'll be fine. The dog's name was PETA. Pain in the ass. And I'm like, I don't know, a dog named Pain in the Ass sounds like a dog that maybe doesn't want a brand new person, like, all up in their dog's face. And she was like, gave me the, hey, don't. And I said, and then I stuck my face down there anyway, because I listened to the humans. And then she bit me in the face. And everyone was like, oh my god, she's never done that. And I'm like, oh my god. So, I don't think the owner of the dog, like, ever liked me because their dog bit me, but I only got bit in the face because I listened to them being like, the dog will be fine, so. Double standards. I didn't want her to be like, I don't like your dog, because that would be worse. Anyway, so I don't really like wiener dogs. Got bit in the face by one. Also, I find them pretty unethical, because I don't like animals shaped like hot dogs, because it's bad for their back.
Well-known fixture on their channels. She would be present in their vlogs and would even have videos centered entirely around her. She's also been all over their friends and family's social media, so Martha was seemingly a big part of their lives and their family. But when Jim and Tanya divorced, Martha disappeared and nothing was ever said. When I decided to look into what happened to Martha, I decided I would message Tanya and see if she would reply. But when I went to message her, I found that there was already a message there. It was a message I sent in 2021 asking what happened to Martha. I got no reply, but that is how long I have been invested in what has happened to this dog. While I direct messaged Tanya, many people were just publicly asking her in the comments of her.
Oh, cool. Sid, from me to you. Hell yeah, I do that sometimes. I'll be like, I should ask this person a question. Like a famous person, I just had like a really interesting question. And I'll like go to ask that question. I asked that question 3 years ago. It's so crazy to live in a time where like you can ask anybody anything, but you might live long enough to realize that they aren't going to answer.
Instagram posts, and somebody made a post on Reddit talking about what happened to them when they left a comment asking what happened to Martha. In their post, they said they politely asked what happened to Martha, and then they were blocked. After that, Tanya didn't just block accounts, she also blocked certain words from being said on her social media. You could no longer comment the word dog or Martha, otherwise the comment would just not appear at all. So of course people came up with workarounds. Where is the long, small, four-legged creature? Where is the canine? Or where is the sausage? The phrase people came up with that stuck the most was, where is the hound? So people were still coming up with ways to ask, but Tanya still never answered the question. People even began asking former friends of theirs whenever they got the chance.
You still need to tell us, where is Martha? Oh my god. Is that Jim and what's her face? Tanya's dog? I don't know. I'm not getting involved in all that where is the hound business.
And people also weren't just asking Tanya, they were also asking Jim. And Jim did actually respond to a comment about it. One comment said that dogs are for life. And then he replied to that saying, they are. Which is why it's awful when they're given away without you even being able to say goodbye or do something about it. He was later asked about Martha in a British YouTuber documentary, and he refused to say anything.
I've got to ask, what's because I've filmed with Martha before, and this is not a question everyone needs to know.
I don't know if I can, in a way, it's not my story to tell. I know she was my dog, she was our dog, but I don't know if I can talk about it because I don't know, because it's now become such a thing.
Right.
But it wasn't my thing or my decision. Yeah, I just don't want to say anything that might be misconstrued or point fingers or anything like that.
And honestly, it is pretty understandable that he may not want to dredge up any old stuff and cause drama with Tanya potentially. But what's strange is that he previously did a podcast where he alluded to Tanya cheating in their relationship, and that caused a bunch of people to comment on Tanya's page calling her a cheater, before she blocked that word as well, of course. So yeah, it's strange that he's willing to say that on a podcast, but will not address Martha at any costs. While Tanya and Jim weren't addressing what happened to Martha, their siblings decided to chime in. Tanya's brother did a Q&A on Instagram, and somebody asked something about Martha, and he at least confirmed that Martha was not dead. Jim's sister Sam also chimed in. On an online forum, she said that Martha lives in Norfolk in the United Kingdom with another sausage dog and is happy and healthy. Jim's other sister, Nicola, also received many questions about what happened to Martha, and she was the one who finally decided to answer what happened. In August of this year, 2025, she posted an almost 4-minute long video talking about it.
I will quash a myth of a tale as old as time. Where is the hound? When Jim had to move out and he moved into a flat that I had in London, which had no garden whatsoever. Around the same time, Martha had a problem with her back and she could no longer go upstairs. So Martha had to have rehab for her back to try and make that better. This also meant she needed a lot more time and 24-hour care, and obviously Jim and Tanya had separated, so it made it very difficult. So obviously, both of them being responsible owners, they reached out to family and friends to see if anyone could help. And my other sister-in-law, Rosie, her best friend already has a sausage dog and lives on a farm in Norfolk. So Martha is still alive, she's absolutely fine, They gave money for her to continue her rehab, and now no one needs to ask us anymore what happened to Martha Moo. Case closed. Cue video of Martha.
So yeah, that is what happened to Martha. But first I want to quickly thank today's sponsor, Ava, a membership designed to help you build credit and save responsibly in a way that feels achievable. Click the link in the description box and use code Dwyer to try Ava for $1 in your first month and start building credit with the bills you already pay. Because most of us pay bills and rent every single month, but the frustrating part is that those kinds of payments typically don't count towards our credit. Ava's rent and utility reporting changes that. It lets you get credit for payments you're already making, like rent, water, electricity, even your phone bill. There's no credit checks to join, no late fees, and Ava only reports positive payment history, so there's no risk of it hurting your credit score. You can even get up to 2 years of past rent payments instantly added, which can help strengthen your credit profile a lot faster than starting from scratch. It's one of the easiest ways I've seen to build credit if you don't want to take on new debt or open up another traditional credit card. And that is just one part of the membership. Ava also gives you access to the Ava Credit Builder Mastercard, a credit card you can use for everyday essentials that reports activity to all 3 major credit bureaus, typically within 24 hours, so your regular spending can support your credit goals without interest or late fees. Plus there's the Save and Build loan, which is a low commitment way to build payment history month after month while gradually setting money aside. So by the end, you've built a stronger credit profile and have savings waiting for you. What I really appreciate about Ava is that they keep things transparent. It's one membership that includes all of these tools. There's no upsells, no hidden fees, and everything is designed to work together to help you move towards your financial goals with confidence. Click the link in the description box and use code Dwyer to try Ava out for $1 in your first month and build credit with the bills you already pay. So anyway, now back to talking about YouTuber pets. So the next YouTuber I am going to talk about is Onision. I'm going to talk about his animals he kept in glass tanks. He kept 2 guinea pigs in a tank, which is far from ideal. Guinea pigs need proper ventilation, and a tank does not provide that. He also had just a small hide in the tank, and the bedding always seemed totally soiled. The nails were also getting pretty long. I can't imagine how stressed out those poor guinea pigs were. Someone who used to know Onision has since spoken out about the conditions the guinea pigs were kept in.
And then I looked at the guinea pig tank, which is small and in the sun and covered in poop, and their water bottle was empty. So clearly these animals were being...
So they weren't caring very well for their pets.
No.
An actress who worked with Onision, Madison DeCambra, ended up taking the guinea pigs in. She posted on her Facebook saying she got 2 guinea pigs and got them off someone who didn't want them anymore. She later wrote on Twitter that she told him his guinea pigs had fleas, needed fresh bedding, and their nails were so long they were curling. And that was when he told her he wasn't going to do anything about it so she could take them. They were able to recover from any issues Onision caused them because she wrote on Twitter that they lived happy, long lives. At least the guinea pigs got a happy ending, but the same could not be said for another one of his tanked animals. He got a Russian tortoise named Reptar, and there were immediately issues with this poor tortoise, but Onision did not realize it. He posted a photo of Reptar on social media saying that he got stuck and passed out. LOL. And while he may have been finding it funny, his followers were not. One person said that he lacked the proper care and setup, and he really did not have the correct setup. He kept Reptar on aquarium stones with a half water, half land living space. It appears he did have some sort of UVB globe, but he did not have a heat lamp. So it was incredibly unfortunate, but not surprising when he announced on social media Reptar passed away. He made a post saying he put Reptar underneath a plastic tub outside to enjoy the sun, and when he went to check up on him a few hours later, he was dead. He said Reptar was a desert turtle, so it wasn't the heat, and that he had plenty of air in the tub, so it wasn't that either. He also announced this on his YouTube channel, and of course there was a lot of backlash to this.
People calling me an animal abuser because I accidentally did something. I put a turtle in a large plastic container which had air coming in underneath of it. Okay, it wasn't a hot day. It was a pretty chilled day. So anyway, to all the morons who are blaming me for this, you better be a vegan, because if you're not a vegan, you're full of shit.
Animal control was called on him, and they did an investigation on him and believed that it was possibly the chemicals in the tub that gassed Reptar.
I just wanted to let you know the results of animal control coming. He said that putting a reptile in a plastic tub, even though it is 80 degrees out or whatever, could release gases in the tub that would cause a reptile to potentially die. So that's pretty hard to argue with. Though oxygen may be coming beneath the tub, you still have the gases being released. You know, so even though I thought about oxygen, even though I thought about heat and all that, I didn't even for a second consider a chemical reaction, and that was my stupid fault. Anyway, so that's that.
Regardless, he should not have had Reptar to begin with, and his death was totally preventable. Talking about animal deaths that could have been prevented, I now want to talk about Logan Paul's pets. So what set into motion a series of unfortunate events was when he got a Pomeranian dog named Kong.
Are you a dummy, bro? You were gonna get killed for your actions one day. You are a tiny dog. Big dog will kill you.
Unfortunately, Kong was taken from Logan's backyard by a coyote. In Logan's video discussing Kong's death, he seemed to be aware of a coyote issue in the neighborhood, but did not realize it was his responsibility to ensure his animals stay safe, and instead expected someone else to do something about the coyotes.
I think something needs to be done about the coyote problem in our neighborhood. Some sort of protection, because this is getting ridiculous. Like, I'm not the only one in this neighborhood who's lost a dog.
Obviously, accidents do happen, and it can sometimes be incredibly difficult to protect your animal, but it is Logan's responsibility to ensure that his home is a safe space for his dog. So he attempted to protect his home from coyotes by getting another dog.
I do not believe there is ever a coyote problem. Just because you have lax security and you're lazy doesn't mean there's a coyote problem. Also, you should just donate some animals to the coyotes if you're going to grow animals to eat. We used to donate to the gods. Now you just need to cut a percentage for the coyotes.
There's one dog that could hunt and kill coyotes. It's that. Yeah. Well, they don't even come in the yard. The coyotes don't even come close. They don't come close.
This was a Tibetan Mastiff dog, which were originally bred to be guard dogs for property and livestock. He named this dog Ginger. 2 months after he had Ginger, she killed his parrot Maverick. This was Logan's pet bird. He built an entire brand and clothing line around. So the fact the bird was gone was a pretty big deal to him.
First Kong and now Maverick, the iconic Maverick parrot, the inspiration behind the Maverick brand. Maverick by Logan Paul all started because this one little son, Kanye parrot. The pet that I've had for the longest time in my life, 7 years, at Maverick Parrot on Instagram, 1.3 million followers, 2.3 on the brand account. Dead? You're saying that bird is gone and killed by my other pet, Ginger.
From that point on, Ginger's life really started to go downhill. Logan sent her to a training facility in October 2019 to, I suppose, try and train the instinct of killing birds out of her. 4 months after being at that facility, Logan visited her for the first time.
She is a bad dog. We sent her away to bad dog camp, and I haven't seen her in 4 months. Are you a good dog yet, Ginger? Are you a good dog yet?
Is she getting any better, or is she just still a bad dog?
She's not going to be good in the structure that you have her at home. That's all. She's not a bad dog.
Hey, I'm gonna figure this out, all right, Ginge? You're gonna be a good dog soon.
The way he figured it out was by rehoming her in January 2021. So she spent almost a year and a half in that dog training facility. Ginger was rehomed to another dog trainer who also has a few other Tibetan Mastiffs. On the new owner's Instagram stories, she said that Ginger is sweet and adorable, but she doesn't want to paint the picture that Ginger is like a golden retriever and all trained now. On top of that, she said Ginger is a more difficult Tibetan Mastiff. So yeah, Logan had no business getting Ginger to begin with, but at least she ended up in a good home. He now has a new dog who has stuck around for a few years, and he does seem to be more attached to this one.
He puts his head right on my neck, and he cuddles with me, and he looks at me like this. Don't leave me, Dad. And I have to look at him back.
Probably because he saw what you did to the other dog.
A YouTuber who didn't get attached to any animals in her life was Trisha Paytas. So Trisha has made it very clear to her audience that she does not like animals, and in particular cats.
It's hard for people to be like, yeah, I would kill a dog or I'd strangle a cat. Like, no one's gonna do that.
I mean, I probably would if it was, like, okay to do. I mean, at the end of the day, I just hate them. Do I like animals? I'm not an animal lover. I don't want to own animals. I don't want to go pet animals. I don't get joy from seeing animals. There's cats everywhere. What's going on?
You don't like cats?
I don't like cats, and they're everywhere here.
You don't like cats?
I'm not a cat person.
I mean,
Cats,
I understand, like, you don't want to own a cat, but you even when you see one, you're not like, oh, cute little cat.
No, I feel like they have, like, evilness in them.
But Trisha's now husband was very into cats. For over a decade, he has been posting cats to his YouTube channel, showing them off on Reddit, and constantly posting them to his TikTok account. These were all initially stray cats. He would take them in and keep some, but for the most part he would care for them and then rehome them.
Where the water museum is, there's an alley and there's lots of kittens and cats. So I brought the kittens inside and I just put them there. And then all those kittens were adopted. And then there was another alley cat that had more kittens. And they did the same thing, but they actually stayed kind of outside, but I fed them, and most of them were adopted too. So there were like 10 kittens that I fostered and that were adopted.
At the time Trisha came into his life, he had 3 cats that he named, and according to TikTok and Reddit post descriptions and various things he's said, he considered those his cats. Those cats were named Rain, River, and Snow. There was also a mother cat who gave birth to 4 kittens living on his property who he was feeding and taking care of. But Rain, River, and Snow were the cats he considered his. Because of all of these cats he was taking care of, he would regularly have to return home from staying at Trisha's house to feed them and take care of them, and Trisha did not like that.
You're the reason my mans keep trying to leave in the day. We could be out having pina coladas by the pool, but we gotta come home and visit these little bitches. What's this one's name?
Rain.
Rain, is this your favorite, right? Rain's gotta go. I'm like, are we gonna ever be able to live together? Because we have all these plants and cats. I hate his cats. I just don't like cats in general, and he's always with them. Like, okay, yeah, cats are not my favorite. I've never wanted to live with cats, like, ever. Like, that is a deal breaker. Like,
viewers began to notice that Moses was posting his cats less and less. And while Trisha was on the Frenemies podcast, she brought up that Moses doesn't even like the cats.
Oh, she's making Moses get rid of his cats. And you're like, oh my God, is this true? I was like, what the fuck? Moses is 42. He doesn't even like cats.
Dude,
he doesn't even want his cats because he's
Calm
like,
down,
they
bro.
ruin his shit. Like, the fact that you guys are
Moses doesn't want his cats?
Moses?
In my living space.
So he'll keep them at the museum and not the house.
Other times when she has addressed the disappearance of his cats, she has said that he is allergic to them.
Moses is allergic to cats. This is the big key right here. Wow, you made him get rid of your cats. That's what you got from the whole story. Wow, you made him get rid of cats. He's allergic. He could have him in his house.
Moses was often seen interacting very closely with his cats, so while he may have actually been allergic to them, it clearly wasn't enough to be an actual interference in his relationship with them. On TikTok, someone made a comment saying that Trisha made him get rid of his cats, and he defended Trisha, saying that he never had cats live with him and that he's allergic to them. When Trisha and Moses first started dating, he actually got catfished, which is when somebody pretends to be somebody else. And Moses got pretty close to this catfish, to the point where he vented to them about some frustrations he was having with Trisha. In a series of messages, he said that Trisha wanted his cats dead and that she was jealous of them because he always went home to feed them and to be with them. So despite publicly acting as if Trisha did not impact his relationship with his cats, in private messages, it's a different story. And of course, all of the past interactions with his cats indicated that he liked his cats. It was also eventually revealed what happened to River, Rain, Snow, and some of the other cats. It was never explicitly said where Snow went, but they said she went to one of Trisha's makeup artists.
The last 3 ones were Snow, River, and Rain. And Snow is with one of your makeup artists. She has a daughter, so I always like to give kittens to people that have kids, and they're like best friends.
At first, they didn't outright say where River and Rain went, but Trisha said that they were rehomed together, and Moses said they went to a producer of the H3 podcast.
River and Rain were adopted by Dan, the producer of H3 podcast.
The YouTuber Adam McIntyre went on the Wendy Williams show for advice, acting as if he was friends with Moses.
And they've only been dating for less than a year, and she is obsessive. She's taking him away. She made him get rid of his cats because... Yeah, she made him get rid of the cats because she was spending too much time with that. And us as well. My question is, should we be getting rid of him? What should we be doing? How do we confront this?
The H3 podcast reacted to this, and then Trisha made a response to them. In her response video, she confirmed which H3 producer took in the cats.
Celebrating our wedding and also talking about us in like the Wendy show, about Moses' cats, where Dan is laughing, and Dan has Moses' cats. Him and his girlfriend were more than excited to adopt those cats.
Dan and his now wife have posted River and Rain many times on their social media. As for the 4 kittens that came from the stray, unnamed mother cat that Moses was looking after, there's a bit of a question mark around them. We do know one kitten went to someone Moses knew.
The contractor has a kitten, they're best friends with his daughter.
And the only other kitten we know something about is the kitten that was given to Trisha's friend at the time, Shane Dawson.
Even the one he did rehome with Shane and Rylan, like, that cat was a stray, and Shane just saw it in a video and was like, oh, we'll take that one.
Which wasn't the best idea because cats haven't had the best experience around Shane. Any cat that has ever belonged to Shane has really gone through it.
Nobody wants to talk to you.
Poor Muffins.
Don't say poor Muffins. Muffins is a stupid idiot. Anyways, she likes abuse.
The first cats his audience were introduced to were his family cats, Snoop and Muffins. Shane especially took a liking to Muffins for a couple of reasons. One was because she was a very vocal cat and would meow whenever Shane spoke to her.
I'll say hi, Muffins.
And for some reason he enjoyed messing around with her inappropriately.
Yo, pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss, just do it.
The other cat, Snoop, was named that because he was a very chill cat, as if he was smoking weed like Snoop Dogg.
Yo, he's real laid back, like he's been sipping on too much catnip. So I named him Snoop.
And because he didn't do much, Shane did not like him.
Oh, there's your cat. Which cat is this?
Which one is this? Oh yeah, that's Snoop.
Oh,
like
Snoop. You don't like that one?
He doesn't do anything. And like, I'll throw something at him and he won't even move.
You're so nice to
This is kind of heavy. There we go.
There, now you
A little bit.
And you would think being very chill and relaxed would be a good thing for Shane, because he'd be able to do whatever he wanted to Snoop and have him not fight back. But when it came down to it, Shane preferred having a cat that would actually do stuff, and why it was so easy for him to treat his cats this way wasn't made clear until many years later when he revealed that he has never had an emotional connection to a cat.
I have never been a cat person. I've always been a dog person. Like, the only time I ever even connected to a cat was when I saw one dead on the street, because I'd be like, fucking me. But besides that, like, I've never had an emotional connection to a cat.
And his cats don't seem to have a connection to him either. In 2017, he got a cat named Cheeto, and Cheeto seemed to have difficulty dealing with Shane.
Show them how much you love me.
Oh. Yeah. I don't think he likes that. Let me just go inside.
Compilations and fan edits were put together of all the times Cheeto was done with Shane, and honestly, I can't blame him. So in March 2019, when a podcast clip went viral of something Shane allegedly did to a cat, it was not a surprise why Cheeto didn't like him.
The things I've done to my poor animals, they will never love me. I've done terrible things. I used to...
Oh no, I don't know if you want to go there, Shane. What'd you do?
One time, I laid my cat down on her back.
Are you gonna get arrested for this?
I don't know. No.
Think about it.
I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't penetrate. I laid the cat down on her back, and then I moved her little chicken legs, like, you know, spread open or whatever. And I was like, if I just like hump, but like on her tummy, like that's not weird, like whatever. And then I humped it, and it kept going, and I came all over the cat.
No, you did not.
It was like my first sexual experience.
No
I was also
way.
like 19, so it's like, you know.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second. Did you just say you came on a cat?
Guys, I think I have to put money in them either.
Afterward, Shane took to Twitter to say that he didn't F his cat or do anything else like that to his cat, but people were still rightfully concerned for the kitten he received from Trisha Paytas's partner, Moses. After not having a connection to a cat for so long, he seemed to immediately connect with Mario, and so did Cheeto, but they had a tough time acclimating Mario to the dogs they had at the time, which was a husky named Honey and a Labrador named Uno, and there were concerns about the dogs being too rough on Mario when they announced that Mario was in their lives.
Joe was actually pointing out, he was like, but those dogs, like their energy, like they could accidentally love somebody to death. Like,
oh my god,
crush them.
And then, not long after, Shane's now husband Ryland took to social media to announce that Mario had died.
Our kitten that I introduced to you guys last week on the podcast has unfortunately passed away, and I felt it's necessary to tell you what happened.
He talked on his podcast in further detail about what happened.
When we got to where whatever happened, the two cats were next to each other and the two dogs were over there, we still don't know exactly the scenario or what happened. Mario was obviously, there were no punctures and he wasn't bleeding, so it wasn't like one of the dogs had got completely over him. I think if it was malicious, it would have been
harder to find.
A really bad scene.
So yeah, that was pretty unfortunate. Hopefully YouTubers improve their pet game and I don't have to make a second one of these videos, because that is pretty much everything for this one. Thank you so much for watching. Let's take a moment of silence for all of the YouTuber pets who have suffered. And I will see you in my next.
Hell yeah, banger as always. Sid always delivers. Love it, love it. Oh, drama, drama, drama. She ain't making no more money, they say. We shall see. Oh, the dandelion.
Today we are ripping up this Hallmark fairy ornament so that I can turn her into a dandelion fairy ornament for my dandelion crayon wall. The wall, of course, dedicated to my favorite childhood crayon that was discontinued in 2017. So she is actually a 2023 Crayola ornament called the Periwinkle Fairy, and I just kept thinking how adorable it would be to make her dandelion themed. Like give her a dandelion outfit, a dandelion crayon, and of course even craft her a little dandelion flower to color into. And to try to make that process a little bit easier, I'm going to try to break it apart first. Just the crayon and the flower though, nothing too crazy. Oh, now if she could just unhand this crayon. Come on, let go. Oh no. Oh no! Come on. Oh, we almost got it. Yes. No, I broke her fingers off. I haven't even started this project and I'm already done with it. Come on. I'm scared I'm gonna rip her hand off. I'm so done. Yeah, so I cannot pop this hand off. We're just gonna cut both of her hands off and have her wear mittens or something. I do have these little like baby hand stud earrings I never wear. We could use them to perform like a bit of a transplant here, right? It won't look as graceful as her other hands, but that's fine. Okay, whatever. We're gonna worry about that later. Let's get to painting. We're gonna start by repainting all of the areas that are more of that deeper periwinkle to look more dandelion colored, like the tip of the crayon. And then we're gonna go in with the lighter yellow on the lighter parts of her outfit to look kind of like the crayon's wrapper here. And speaking of, I decided for the fairies crayon, I would just print out a wrapper on some construction paper to help it look more like an actual dandelion crayon and also keep me from having to paint around all of these tiny details. Look how cute it is! Look at it! Here it is with like a real dandelion crayon. Look how cute! Oh my gosh. Anyway, we need to work on the final component of our ornament, which is going to be the flower that she's coloring. And of course, it needs to be a dandelion flower. We're gonna have to make it from scratch. So I have a bunch of vintage clown cake toppers that have these little collars on them. I took a couple yellow ones here and cut some slits into it to help them look more like petals. Then I have these kind of pom-pom looking flowers down in my craft room, so I pulled one off. Cut off a slice of it that we're going to use for the middle of our dandelion. Here it is, all painted and everything. I decided it would just look better with one row of petals instead of two, and then I also wanted to have some leaves, so I used this leftover succulent piece from a previous SpongeBob project. Then I added a little white splotch here to look like the area of the dandelion she hasn't colored yet. We're ready to start assembling everything, so I went ahead and trimmed down our little hand earrings. And hopefully I can attach them on there without them looking too goofy. Alright, I want you all to remember the before, our periwinkle fairy, because here is our new dandelion fairy. I love her so much. She is so cute. And look at her hands. Like, you want to be able to tell those were earrings, right? Those look pretty good. And I love how the dandelion turned out. I didn't have high hopes for it without it ending up looking like a marigold, but I think it looks like a dandelion. Now, even though she is a Christmas ornament, I just feel like she needs to be obviously incorporated in the dandelion crayon. Well, I mean, come on. Crayola actually came out with another one of these this year in 2025. It's an orchid fairy, and I feel like maybe next year we could customize that to be another dandelion fairy, so we have two. Double the whimsy. I just love how she turned out. She definitely was another one of my trust the process type projects, but I think she makes just an absolutely precious addition to the wall. Today we are ripping up this Hallmark fairy.
At the end of this line is the result of over a century of technological progress, decades of research and development, and millions of dollars in funding. At the end of this line is a gamble, a bet on a bold new idea, a dangerous, high-stakes experiment. If what is at the end of this line fails, it is not only a misstep that costs money and time, but a failure that risks something even more valuable: reputation, image, integrity. At the end of this line is something that, if it works, and works well, could be extremely lucrative, invaluable even, the key to dominating the future. At the end of this line is, oh, hi Mickey.
There you are. Come on in.
So, Skibbity Riz is now the key to unlocking the galaxy. Defunct land, you say? Your fascination with obsolete theme parks perplexes me.
Maybe the real world will soon be populated by so many autonomous agents and free-roaming robots that the public's behavior toward them will completely change. But is it not just as likely that if they were to become ubiquitous, we would cease to view them as attractions, therefore defeating the point? I don't know. In reality, even without the promise of living characters being fulfilled, theme parks are as popular as ever. For decades, there was a consistent fear that theme parks were on the brink of irrelevancy, soon to be made obsolete by the internet or video games or virtual reality or whatever. And this did not come to pass. This could be because of the efforts the industry made to implement new technology, but it is just as likely that the emergence of these new mediums made theme parks all the more attractive. Bran Farren predicted this all the way back in 1998. Even while working on the forward-thinking and ambitious Big Dino, Farren believed that the parks would retain their specialness, as they were already a type of virtual world built, quote, at a higher resolution with bricks and mortar than we can do using bits today. People are now bombarded with an unending stream of digital media slop. AI-generated content, scams, 4-hour video essays about theme parks, the limitless nature of which leads many to crave something physical, something with constraints. That detail, that texture that theme parks have is as much the result of the materials as it is the people. Because the truth is that these places are already inhabited by life. The people that design them, the people that operate them, and the people that visit them. So, what's at the end of the line? I hope it's us. Because in the realm of art, and especially theme parks, the spectacle is often the attempt. The attempt to build an environment, to pull off an illusion, and most of all, to create a connection. And as long as we are at the helm, the result will be a display of personality, of passion, of imperfection, of ego, of that thing inside of us, our humanity. That is the attraction. It's the whole point. It's the magic. And it always will be. I hope.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage, I can't afford a carriage, but you'll look neat upon the seat of a bicycle built for two.
Lord Beef Broth. Professor Metal Gear. Sephiroth 1204. Short Stack McGinnis. Sydney the Demigod. Smallpox infested blankets. Unsafe ship. Huge thank you to everybody involved in this project. I watched most of it the other day and I was listening to a lot of it today. Okay, so I have...
Don't you believe it? Regardless of what anyone says, that's not law. I'm law.
I have showered and put a bunch of clothes away and organized the house and the floors are clean and everybody in the house is clean and food is planned. I think I need to eat and then I think I'm ready for a game. I'm thinking maybe we log into Shop Titans and... What's my other game I'm playing? Oh, Eidolon. I definitely should open up Eidolon and quickly make some choices and get out of there. Ugh, I open that game sometimes and I just play it for hours. It's silly. But I kind of want to play Auction Not Included or The Sims and not get stuck on one of my quote-unquote idle daily games, but it happens sometimes. So let's see. What can I put on this? A little bit short, and I'm just gonna probably come interrupted anyway. Ooh, a trailer! Exciting. I don't know. Probably not The Sims tonight. Maybe Auction Not Included. I'm unsure. Oh, these are so good. I mean, I could probably just go ahead and get these games open and then go and get my food together. Very cool, very neat.
We're just going to take our pasta and put it in the pot. And of course, a lot of it's sticking up. We're not going to break it. What we're going to do is if you just wait like, 5 seconds, it's going to soften. Sometimes you got to help it along a little bit. And you always want to keep track of which side was sticking out, because at the end...
Who knows? We don't want to know. We're gonna go. That's funny. My wife threw out my card collection, so I bought a dump to find them all. I'm hungry. I gotta go get my food heated up. It's gonna take a minute. Let's minimize. Let's give me a second here. Open one of my games. Boop, 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 boop. let's get Shop Titans open. Hurrah. Yeah, I don't know if I should stop and then start. Oh, let's leave it alone. Whoops. There we go. Yeah. I know this game. I'm not very good at it, but I know this game. Hell yeah. Here, what if I, like... I don't know how to push a button. That's not it. Hello? 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 Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. It's okay. Yeah, that's not doing anything. Let's just do. I'm muted. Hello? We're gonna stop touching it. That's what we're gonna do. I've crushed the wire underneath there pretty intensely. So we're gonna stop touching the mic is what we're gonna do. How about that? Click. A piggy bank. Give me free stuff. Oh, I got a wheelbarrow. I wish I could turn it. My screen is really big, so the UI doesn't work right. I tried to email them about it, but the response I got was really strange and doesn't make any sense. So, they're like, adjusted in the settings, and I'm like, there's not settings for that, buddy. Restock. Wait. Oh, we forgot about you. Hell yeah. Now we're best friends with whoever that was. Design, furniture, new stuff. You gotta put it out here. Look at it. It's beautiful. Put it over here. There. Done. It doesn't look like much, but okay. Oh. Small talk. Suggest you buy something the fuck else. You're gonna have to wait. I got one of those. You're gonna pay a lot for it, because I'm a jerk. Wait. Yes. Here we go. Spin. Spin to win. Woohoo! It's streamer luck. Oh my god. Do you have another spin? No, not today. Ah, sorry, my leg. That's fair. Where's my mouse? There it is. I have no mouse and I misclick. We don't have one of those. I don't want to spend energy on this. Hold on. Go away. Wait. Cool. Kinda neat. Probably neat, but I'm not good at the game, so I don't know. Ooh! Special bag. Woo! And one more. Hell yeah. We're done. We're done here. Yeehaw. Alright. Is everybody up for a quest? What's up? tonight I am having some leftover rice that my husband made. It's got carrots and tofu and rice, and it was flavored with Shaoxing wine, and then I cooked an egg to bring in here with the yolk still running, and then some pieces of tofu that I cooked up last night, and then just now I just like I reheated them on the stove the same way I cooked them, so they're super crispy on the outside. And then I've got some eel sauce, which I'm really excited about. I wish I would have grabbed a fork, but we're just gonna spoon it up. If I turn my camera off, it's because I'm eating and I'm feeling self-conscious about it. Pay more, small talk, buy, discount, small talk, sell. Darn. What up, homie? What up, my noble gas? You not some gloves? There you go, little buddy. Gloves for Argon. Are you here? You are here. You can't see it. He's here. He's a good boy. Okay. I'm working on it. Oh, my energy's not showing up. Damn it. Oop. My energy's not showing. I can't tell what I'm doing. Alright, we're gonna have to close the game and open it real quick. Okay, I can see my energy again. Surcharge, small talk. Oh. Oh, okay. Interesting. My butt itchy. Yeah. I got some coffee here. Let me pick up some of this mess I got going on here. Sorry about that, lava flame. I'm just littering. What else? Okay, real quick. So, we are playing with my kid. I didn't know we were gonna have all those open. I was just hoping for friendly ones. Alright, we will see what happens. Enjoy. I forget I have a mic, but it does work. I don't know why the sound is not being very loud. I'm not sure. Oh, we got more options. Hold on. What if we did that? Is that better? What if we did that? What if we just keep pushing buttons? It's just a quiet game, but let's see if we can't push a button here. Yeehaw. My volume thing looks like it's a little louder. It's still quiet, but it looks like it's louder. I think I found the button that makes it louder. Let's bump it that much. Oh, that's a difference. Alright, let's move chat. There we go. Alright, alright. Hello, new friends. Thank you for... Yeah, no, this audio is really quiet on the capture. But I think that might be a little better. Hopefully. Let's bump it more. Let's just like blow our eardrums out today. Let's just do it. Let's just go for it. Oh, yeah. Oh, now we've hit feedback. Hold on a second. We've done too much. Let's try. Ooh. Let's keep it at that. There we go. Supposedly. We are doing okay. Got a little stream setup going today. Got our lives together. Mop my floors, swept the floors, made dinner plans. Did all the things. We have a few mods on, not many. Super new to, not super new, super, not practice playing this game. I played it a long time ago before there was, like, clothes for it. Water. The easiest one of the day. Water. What day is it? Alright, let's see. What are we doing? I got the science machine. Now what? I want to make a cooking thing, and I want to make storage. Which I need wood. Which I have wood. I just need to... Bam! Look at that. Aren't I impressed? Put stuff in it. Not everything, because somebody's not very good at sharing. My hat's going bad. Behold. A box. Let's make weapons. I don't think my bots are set up right. Oh well. They're not set up very well. It's okay. Ooh.